Yeah, feel free to hang out wherever you guys like. And there is a really good view from up there. It's a different point of view. We have a couple of different things going on today. We are going to mostly be working and focusing at the center bench right here. This is our resident hot shop team. And then over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops going on at the same time. But we're going to be making something that's the same pattern, this twisting red and white striping, but it's going to be a vase instead of a bowl. So this is just kind of an example piece so you have a comparison. Hey, feel free to sit wherever you guys like, and I'll explain what we have going on. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So we have two different things going on at the center bench and the right bench at the moment. At the center bench, this is what I'm going to be focusing mostly on. We are making some vases right here, and they're going to be themed the same as the bowls that are on our pedestals. The bowls have this red and white striping for the holidays. So we already have our red and white striping for this piece. We're just starting to stretch it out and turn it into our vase now. Oh yeah, and over on the right bench, we have some hands-on workshops going on, and this is something that you guys can sign up for. I don't know if we have any spots available for the rest of the week, but it's happening all the way through the 30th. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, those of you who just joined up there. We are going to be making some holiday vases, so these have some red and white striping on them, just like the bowls on the pedestals. And then, of course, we have some hands-on workshops going on over on the right bench. So we'll have two things simultaneously going on throughout the day today. And I think that we are just going to focus on these vases for a little bit. These are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually. So we're just finishing off the bottom of the vase. It's not completely flattened out yet, but before we flatten it out, we're adding just a little pad of clear. And this is where we're going to be attaching the punty later on, which is that second pipe. And now that we have that pad of clear, we can fully flatten out the bottom. And it looks like the right bench made a float this time. So we're letting the bottom cool down. We even used an air gun to put some pressurized air, just cool the bottom like blowing out a hot piece of food. And then we're heating up the areas that are a little too cold. And we will always heat up the jack line in preparation for breaking our piece off. And welcome to those who just joined in. We're working on some holiday vases at the moment, which these have some red and white striping in them. Basically the same patterning you're seeing in these bowls, which is why we have them on display, just as kind of a comparison. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually. Once we have a nice little collection of them, then you should see them on the store shelves. And we're pretty far on this one already. I think we're just going to flare open the top and then it's pretty much done. We might also see a lip wrap of red color just around the rim of the piece. And this is always pretty satisfying to watch. So first thing we've done, we've heated up the front half of the piece. We used some tweezers to stretch the glass out. That's what we were doing, pinching, pulling. And then very quickly, while the glass is still warm, Gabe is able to trim all that glass away using these shears. So this is basically just trimming the lip. We want a thinner rim. We want a little bit less height maybe. It depends on the exact piece. But now that we've fixed that up, we can move on to the next step. And this is our lip wrap. So we'll bring over a different color. We'll just lightly touch that down onto the rim of the piece. And then as we turn the piece, it follows all the way around. It's hot enough to stick to the body of the piece that we already have, which is probably sitting at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. When the glass looks solid in the hot shop, when we're working with it, it's still at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And for you guys who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. We have our resident hot shop team at the center bench here. I'm going to be focusing on them quite a bit. We're making some holiday vases, and these are going into the Museum of Glass store alongside some holiday bowls, which have red and white striping for both. So just kind of sticking to the same theme, just changing up the shape. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in over there. We are working on some holiday vases at the center bench. We have some red and white striping already. We have a rim of red just around the opening of the vase, which we're working on the opening of the vase right now. I think we're trying to expand and flare out the top of the vase. We're also setting up for something we'll see in a little bit. Down in the front here, you'll notice that Trent started to lay out these wooden ladders. And this is where and how we create the striping for our pieces of glass. So we're going to be pulling cane, it's called, basically the sticks of red and white glass. So let's see, we started this piece just at about 10, and it looks like we're relatively close to finishing. So once we really get into the flow of things, I bet each of these pieces will take 45 minutes throughout the day. And then once we finish the piece, that's when the longest part of the process comes in. We have to let it sit and cool down for an overnight cycle. So technically, these pieces are kind of like a whole day thing. Yeah, that's what these large boxes throughout the hot shop are for, whether it's the ones in the front or on the walls. It looks like we might be using the one on the wall there, over on the right wall. So at this point, we've finished our vase. We're just starting to get ready to break it off and put it away. So to break the piece off, we usually will apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe. And then with a lot of our store items, we try to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo on the bottom, so we're superheating just a small spot in the center. It will push a brass stamp into the bottom. And then we carry it over to the annealer to be put away. Again, this is where it cools down overnight, starting from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see those bright coils in the walls in there. And let's give them a round of applause for the first piece of the day. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, that was our first vase of the day, and we're going to continue to work on those. Also, feel free to ask me any questions that you guys might have. You guys have already been pretty good about that, but maybe I'll give you an overview of the hot shop real quick, just so you know the temperatures and the equipment that we're working with. So first of all, this is the glass furnace in the back there with that closed door. We have a large tank in the bottom, a large crucible just filled with clear molten glass. So you'll see when we stick our pipe in there and then come back out, it's almost as if we've gathered this really bright honey. It's sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit in there, and that stays on 24/7. We never turn it off, we never turn it down. And then to get our color, we can use a variety of methods. We have these shards of colored glass, which they're using over on the right bench there, that they're rolling the clear glass inside of to pick it up. We can use cane, which are those sticks of color that give us striping in the bowls and the vases that we're seeing. And we also have something like this that you'll see commonly used. This is called color bar, and it creates a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And then, of course, we have to keep the glass warm, whether that's just to prevent it from breaking or to make it malleable enough to work with again. So we have these open-face furnaces at every single bench, and these run up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. So those are the temperatures we're working with. So this is unrelated to our current project, but I was just asking Gabe what he's up to at the center bench. These are really complicated to explain. So we have cane, which are basically just a plain color just all the way through this one stick of glass, but at the center bench we have a piece of twisted cane. So it's almost like a candy cane where it has a spiraling stripe of color going all the way through it. It's just clear and white striping. And he's coiling this on itself. So we have striping going around, and then we also have a spiral of that striping. It's pretty complicated. But this is patterning that'll be used for a bottle later on in the day, probably like the second half of the day. And again, while we're working on our own projects at the center and left bench, over on the far right bench, they're working on some hands-on projects. So people can buy tickets, come down onto the floor, and then make their own piece of glass. And I think today they're making floats and ornaments. So the guests come down, they choose their colors, they choose the object, between those options, and then they just create it with our assistance. Yeah, these workshops are happening all the way through the 30th, so there are a couple of days left of these workshops. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we have a variety of work happening and being created on the hot shop floor. I'll mostly be focusing at the center and left bench where we're working on some holiday vases with red and white striping, like these bowls on our pedestals. And these are store items made by our resident hot shop team. And then over on the right bench, I've also been making sure to point out we have some hands-on workshops going on throughout the entire day today and all the way through the 30th. So if this is something you guys would be interested in, you can always ask the front desk if there are tickets left. I'm not sure how many we have or if any at all. And yeah, we are doing a little bit of prep work at this moment. Right here, we're preparing for a bottle at the center bench, just creating these really interesting spiraling patterns. And then over on the left bench, we're building up layer upon layer of clear glass over this solid piece of color. And this is eventually going to be stretched out and turned into cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. And that's what we use for the striping inside of our bowls and vases. Yeah, these tanks on either side of our hot shop with the closed doors, this is where we're getting our glass. So when we come out, we have a fresh new layer of clear. And it's always only clear glass from those. We have to add color through other means. So over on the left, we are pulling some cane, which again, I think is a really satisfying process. And don't worry, you'll be able to see this happening up in the front of the hot shop. So this cane has one color just in the center, and then it's mostly clear glass wrapped around on the outside. And then this is attached between two pipes, stretched all the way across these wooden ladders. And the wooden ladders are just so that the hot glass doesn't touch the cold floor, which could crack the glass. So we'll usually do this multiple times over just so that we have a good amount of the cane ready for us to use. And we do have some cane already made. It's just sitting right here on this little table. So if you guys need an example, it's usually kind of about pencil length and pencil width when it comes to these pieces of glass. And yeah, we need red and white. So this one was a red one. Maybe we'll see white next. And I know a lot of you haven't seen us use this equipment quite yet, or I haven't explained it to you, but this is where we put our finished pieces. So we're putting all of our ornaments, floats, and then any of the vases we make at the center bench as well inside of that box. And it's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We never, well, during the day we don't turn it down, we don't turn it off, just stays running. And then once we've filled it up with everything that we finish that day, then we press a button and it's programmed to cool very slowly. And that slow cooling process kind of gets rid of the stress or makes sure there's no stress in the glass, which can break it. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We're going to have a few different things going on across the hot shop floor for basically the entire day. Let's focus up on the left bench, which we can see on the screen. So over here, we've picked up our next piece of color. This is starting from something called Color Bar, which are just these solid pieces of colored glass. We get shipped in from a few different companies. And yeah, it's just solid colored glass through and through. So same materials. The only difference is that it has metals, minerals, and oxides inside of it compared to the clear glass. So we've picked up a piece of white on the end of our pipe. And eventually, we will pull this out into our next piece of cane, which, if you guys missed it, we had stretched out an entire piece of red glass across these wooden ladders here. You can see the bundle of sticks of color there, basically. And you can also see them right here, luckily. These are the exact thickness and length that we're going for in the end. And we use this to create striping in our pieces of glass. So today we're trying to make some holiday themed glass. So red and white striping, almost like a candy cane. And we've already made some bowls. So this is kind of your example piece. Might be a little bit hard to see the white from far away, but if you take a closer look maybe. And we're seeing some vases made with that red and white striping. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. So just one more little introduction. We are going to be working and focusing mostly at the center bench and the left bench, which we have a view of the left bench up on the screen right now. And here, this is the start to a piece of cane, which is basically this long stick of colored glass. This one's going to turn out white, of course. And this is going to turn into the striping for some vases that we'll make today with red and white striping like these bowls. So again, just some holiday pieces for our store. And everyone you're seeing on the floor today, actually, just at the center and left bench, they work for the museum full-time. They're our resident hot shop team. We will also have something going on over on the right bench, but this is unrelated. We're going to be seeing some hands-on projects or some hands-on workshops going on over there. So people pay to come down and make their own piece of glass and eventually take it home with them. And this is happening all the way through the 30th. Something that you can sign up for online, or you can talk to the front desk about it. I believe they should have the availability for you to look at. So now you all will be able to see how we use these pieces of cane. At the center bench right here, Gabe is heating up a tray, which basically has all these little grooves inside of it. And we're going to be placing those pieces of cane in the grooves to have them perfectly spaced. Yeah, so we have a lot of exciting things happening. We've just laid out our cane at the center bench. And yes, this is red and white striping. The red is really interesting. When it's hot in the hot shop, it changes temporarily to this really dark gray or black or brown, depending on the exact red. But it will go back to that bright candy-like red once it cools down overnight. So we're just not going to see that red for the time being when we're working with the glass, but it will come back. And on the left, again, we're preparing to pull our next piece of cane, which is going to be white all the way through. And that's what this is for as well, by the way. I think they call this a post, but it's basically just a little bit of clear glass, basically a clear glass disc that will attach to the opposite end of our molten glass, and then we'll stretch between the two pipes. All right, so we're getting ready to pull that cane. We've formed this glass into basically this cylindrical shape. We've been heating it and cooling it in a really specific way just to make sure that it's heated evenly all the way through. Give it a little tap on the floor before attaching it to that second pipe. And now we can stretch it out between the two. And it's pretty satisfying. I always compare it to taffy pulling. I compare a lot of glass things to food, like gathering the glass. It's fresh and it sticks to the pipe, and it's really molten. If you stop turning, it drips. It's a lot like honey. And speaking of, we've just gathered up a little bit more clear glass in the back there. And this is the start to our vase. So all of our pieces have to start off with just that one small gather, and we build layer upon layer upon layer of glass over top of it. So this cane is going to be used for the striping inside of our vases. Yeah, and it's called cane. We also have twisted cane, which can also be called Zenfirico cane, which we'll see them work with later on in the day. So Gabe is gathering up another layer of clear. We already have a bubble inside of this glass as well. This is something that's a really important difference. We have blowpipes and we have solid pipes. The blowpipes are hollow all the way through like a straw, and we can expand the glass on the end basically like a balloon. And that's how we blow our pieces of glass out. So we have a view of the left bench up on the screen. And just keep in mind this glass is all clear. any color you see throughout the process, at this point anyways, is just coming from the amount of heat in the glass. It's so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, glowing like lava. So we've gathered up that layer of clear just as a reminder, and then we sit down and we use something called a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. So yes, this wood is carved out of something like cherry wood usually, and it's kept saturated in water. We're just trying to round the glass out, smooth everything out. And then we do a little further shaping with the papers. That pad in Gabe's hand is literally just folded up newspapers soaked with a little bit of water. So we end up with this longer, more tapered bubble of clear glass, and this is going to help us roll up all of that cane at the center bench evenly all the way around the side of the bubble. If we had a really round bubble, it would only touch basically just the middle of the cane all the way around the edge of that bubble, but having this long shape, the cane will touch fully down along the side of the bubble, if that makes sense. So this next gather of clear glass should be our last before we pick up that cane. So we gather up our layer of clear. We let some of this drip off into a bucket. This is called a strip gather, just giving us more of a partial layer of that clear. And anything that goes in that bucket is only clear glass. So we're able to throw it back into the furnace and melt it down and reuse it again, luckily. And now that we have the surface of the bubble nice and hot, we can roll over top of the cane to pick it up. And there we go. We have our striping on the surface of our bubble now. So we've already started to twist this glass up. We're using the marver, which is this metal table. Basically just setting the glass down at one point and then twisting in one spot. Yeah, cane is something that can turn into anything. We can leave it stick straight. We can twist it in this way we have already. We can stuff it inside of a mold to really alter those lines, push them in a different direction. Can do so many different things with cane. And this is an example of, well, someone was asking me earlier about Venetian glassware. This is an Italian technique, is using cane to get the striping of color. So in the US, we have based our glass blowing style and hot shop and everything off of Italian glass blowing. We use a lot of the same techniques and terms for, you know, the tools and equipment. Just an interesting fact. So first we've blown the bubble out quite a bit with all that residual heat we had. We also have used the fluffy torch a couple of times, which is that large, almost flamethrower-like torch. We use this to heat up sections of glass at a time, applying extra heat to one area versus heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And then we go back to using this pad of newspaper. These wooden paddles we use throughout the process, especially when we start blowing the piece out, just to shield the artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat. So that's what we're doing here, not quite touching the glass yet. And of course, using gravity as a tool, so we heated up the glass, just hung it towards the floor, stretching it out a little bit. This gives us our height that we need for the vase before we continue to blow it out. And just in case anyone needs a reminder, feel free to ask questions if you guys have any. And this applies to things you might have seen in the gallery as well, like how they got a certain pattern or... So using the papers again, we're able to squeeze a waist into the center of this bubble. So now using the jacks, which are those two metal blades, and a wooden paddle on the bottom together, we should be able to push the glass into a nice crisp corner. And this is why it's so important to have at least 3 people for a glass blowing team. I always really love to point out the team dynamic. Glass blowing is a team sport. You need somebody to blow into the pipe, you need somebody sitting and working with the tools, and you need somebody sometimes to apply that last bit of pressure to the bottom, for example. But yeah, there's so many different reasons you would need that many people, usually 3 or 4 per glass blowing team. So we've just flattened the bottom out. And next we'll be adding a small pad of clear right to the center of the bottom. And this is where we're going to be attaching the punty for anyone that might know that term. But the punty is a second pipe with a little clear glass as an attachment. We'll bring over and attach to the bottom. Yeah, pushing the blades into the bottom, we're basically just indenting the bottom real quick. This is what makes pieces sit the most flat on tables, is basically just having a ring of contact instead of it being solidly flat all the way across. Then it tends to rock. And now we'll be able to transfer it to that second pipe pretty soon. We're just heating up the moil, which is the glass connecting the piece to the pipe. So we just attached the punty. You could think of this as a second handle. And once we attach that second handle, we're able to break the piece off using water, shocking the glass, and then tapping the pipe to just pop the piece right off. So all of this has basically flipped the orientation of the piece, and now we can start flaring the top of the vase open. Yeah, this is what we do for bowls, plates, cups, vases, almost any blown piece. We will start with the bottom, and then we'll flip the orientation, and then we'll work on the top. So we get everything that we use in our hot shop sent in or shipped in. For example, the colors and even the clear glass is a very specific mixture that we get sent to us and we just throw in and melt down. So we don't have to do any of the making or calculating ourselves. And the glass that we use is Spruce Pine. It's a company name, if you're curious. But yeah, it's a soda lime glass. So soda ash limestone and mostly silica sand, as you might imagine for glass. And after applying a bunch of heat, we're just stretching out the top of the vase. With the remaining heat, we trim that excess glass away using some shears. Yeah, these little scraps are so satisfying. You can see one piece from earlier. This is only our second vase of the day. And yeah, speaking of, for those who just joined in, we're working on making some vases in the hot shop today. Same patterning as the bowls on the front pedestals, which have the red and white striping. So just some holiday glassware. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store. This entire set eventually will be in there. So this building was originally made to be a hot shop. It never was anything else, but it's actually based off of the area's history, and it's built to be flashy and to tell a story, which is this area used to be used for a lot of logging, and they had these wood scrap burners called wigwam burners, and they were shaped like this cone. They cleaned up the area, they tore down those burners, they built the bridge in the museum, and this is just kind of paying tribute to what the area used to be. But yeah, it's definitely built to be flashy. So right here, we've just applied a lip wrap, which is basically just a rim of a different color. This one is that bright candy red, just like the bowls. Now this tool, we don't usually see this very often. It's called the Soffietta, and it will essentially seal off the opening of the piece temporarily with that cone, and then the mouthpiece allows you to re-expand, oftentimes like the shoulder of the vase or something around the opening. So we've just expanded the glass a little bit using the Soffietta. And assuming they're happy with how much they've expanded it in that moment, we should see them flare it wide open. Yep, so using the jacks again, we go on the inside of the piece and we just lightly lift up the wall. I would say the jacks are probably the most important tool that you use in the hot shop. You use them constantly, beginning, kind of middle, end of the process. So at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So we've heated up that connection where the clear glass is connecting the piece to the pipe. And then we apply a little bit of water, which cracks that connection enough to just pop it off, just like earlier, really. And then we will place it upside down temporarily so we can torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something we try to do for all of our store items, which again, these are going into the Museum of Glass store. And then just like that, we have finished our second vase of the day. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you, everyone. And this is where it's going to rest for usually about 12 hours or so. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. It's going to have to sit warm and then very slowly cool down overnight. And it looks like we're working over on the left bench as well, which we could see up on the screen. And we're not going to see this for a little bit, so could I have the cane pulling video, please? And what I mean by we're not going to see this for a little bit, this is meaning cane pulling. So earlier today, we saw them pull out these really long sticks of colored glass, which we could see on the floor right here and also on the table right here where Trent's working. And up on the screen, that video is going to play as to how we got these sticks of color to begin with. So we'll usually start with our solid color on the end of our pipe, this color bar. We'll wrap some layers of clear around that color, and then we'll stretch it between two pipes after making sure it's really evenly heated and kind of cylindrical. And then as we pull that out, we rest it across these wooden ladders, which is why we had those wooden ladders set up. They're kind of pushed off to the side for now. We might use them later, just to make sure that the hot glass doesn't touch the cold floor. And then, of course, we have to break them into usable sized pieces, usually about pencil length, pencil width. And that will create striping inside of our finished pieces of glass, just like those bowls that we have on the front pedestals, and just like the vases we're going to see made in the hot shop today. So, already getting ready for the next piece, we've laid out our next tray of cane at the center bench. So this is how all of our projects begin. They have to start this small, and we just build layer upon layer of glass over top of it to make a larger piece to begin with. And Gabe has already blown a bubble into this. It's very quick. You just puff into the end of the pipe, cap it with your thumb, and then that air is kind of pressurized and pushes through into the glass. And we might as well have a view of the left bench while Gabe's working over there. If we could see that up on the screen, please. Yeah, could we have a view of the left bench, please? Thank you. Okay, so when we gather up our layers of clear, you'll see us sit down and use this wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block. And we have these inside of our buckets of water just behind our benches. And yeah, they're carved out of cherry wood usually, just fruit wood is able to hold on to that water better, and it's not as soft as some other woods apparently. And then using our pad of newspaper, we shape this into a little bit of a longer tapered shape. So yes, that's quite literally just folded up newspaper that we splash with some water. This is as close as you'll see us get to using our hands to shape the glass. And then our next gather of clear is going to be our last. So we just have to let this cool down a little bit. We'll go for that gather, and then we'll pretty much right away go for our cane and get that striping. So we go for our last gather. This one is a strip gather, basically just meaning we want a surface layer of that clear glass. We don't need to build up a bunch of mass. And luckily, everything that's dripped into that bucket is able to be reused. We could just throw it back into the furnace and melt it down again. And don't worry, you guys aren't missing out on anything. This is just a pipe cooler that we're using real quick. It's a trough of water. And then with that freshly warm glass right on the surface of the bubble, we're able to pick up the cane all the way around. And we now have our basic striping on the surface of our bubble. And again, this is going to turn out red and white. I know that red is a little bit hard to see right now. Red kind of changes color when it's hot in the hot shop temporarily to like a dark gray or black. So we've already started to really twist up the glass using the marver, which is that metal table over there. Basically just resting one part of the glass, turning in one spot, and that twists the glass onto itself. We'll twist it a little bit further when we get to the bench, holding on to the end of the bubble with the diamond shears and turning. And this is also going to be used to cut off the excess bit of clear on the end of the bubble, leaving us with just a perfect spiral of color all the way to the end. So this is when a lot of the blowing is going to take place at the center bench. Gabe is still continuing to use the pad of newspaper. We're using a wooden paddle as well just to shield his arm from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. The glass is always going to be hovering somewhere between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so there's a lot of heat coming off of that. And the torch is used to apply extra heat to one area. This is where the glass is a little bit thicker right now, so I assume we want to blow that out a little bit thinner before we move on. So we're using the newspaper to squeeze a waste into the center of the vase. So just kind of gives you an idea of how well these conform to the shape of your hand. And yeah, surprisingly, you cannot feel any heat through these, but you can really squeeze into the glass with them. So at this point, we are going to be bringing over a small bit of clear glass. This will be attached right to the center of the bottom of our vase, which we've already started to flatten. You can see it's still not quite flattened all the way, but that is for this next step. We will eventually completely flatten it. So again, we're bringing over this pad of clear. We'll stick that on before we completely flatten it down. And this is where we're going to be attaching another pipe pretty soon. For pieces that have cane, which are those striping that we have on the surface, we don't want to attach a pipe to the actual surface of the piece, because when we break it away, it can take pieces of the cane off with it, pieces of the striping. So just a little precaution, thinking ahead. So now we have completely flattened the bottom, and I don't know if anyone noticed this, but we kind of pushed the bottom in a little bit so it's slightly concave. And if you look at any of our finished pieces, they have that slight concave bottom, and it just sits perfectly. It has like this ring of contact around the edge with the table versus the entire bottom having contact with the table. It could rock and move. So just another subtle touch. And next we bring over our second pipe. So this is called a punty, and depending on the piece, it could be attached to different places. For a lot of blown pieces, we'll attach it straight to the bottom, just right in the center. And once that connection has stopped moving so much, we'll apply a little bit of water. This is shocking and cracking that connection, and then we just tap the pipe and it pops right off. And don't worry, we're not quite opening it up yet. We're just trying to get that pipe centered to the bottom as much as we possibly can before we move on. And we do have one more small detail for this piece as well. So these bowls have been brought out as kind of an example piece because we're using the same patterning of the red and white striping. And then we also are going to have this little rim of that bright candy red. So this cone is based off of the area's history, actually, and it is built to be flashy and stand out and be, very shiny. But we used to have these old wood burners along the waterway, shaped just like this cone, and they were used for burning leftover wood scraps. This was a huge logging area. And when they cleaned the area up, they didn't have a use for those cones anymore. They demolished those. They built the bridge of glass, the museum of glass. And so to pay tribute to what the area used to be, they built it in this shape to kind of point out those wood burners, I guess. And yeah, of course, it does have some functionality to it too. It has a fan that pulls hot air out the top, and we have some ventilation that pushes in the bottom, which is why the front row is a little bit cold. So leaving the opening of the piece relatively small for now, we're bringing over a bit of color. This is that red. So we'll just lightly touch it down on the lip of the piece, and then as we turn the entire piece, it just follows all the way around, and it creates that rim of color. Yeah, this piece is going to go along with, of course, some of the bowls that we've already made on the front pedestal and some other holiday-themed glassware in the Museum of Glass store. So you should see them on store shelves relatively soon. And now, just for a brief moment, we use the Soffietta. That cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows us to reinflate it to a certain extent. And I know quite a few new people have joined in here and there, so I did want to point out one more time over on the right bench, this is something I'm not focusing a ton on, but we're seeing some hands-on workshops over there. This is something people sign up for. They come onto the floor and then they make their own piece of glass. This time they're choosing between ornaments or floats. And this is happening all the way through the 30th this time. Usually it's just one weekend out of the month, but this time we've extended it for the holiday season. So at the center bench, it's looking like we have finished our vase. We'll start getting ready to break it off and put it away. This is going to be a very similar process where we just heat up that connection a little bit, apply some water, and tap the pipe, and it should pop off. And this piece is going to go along with all of the other pieces we've been making throughout the day today in that large black box over on the right wall. This is one of our mini annealers that we have, and they're used to slowly cool the glass down overnight just to prevent that thermal shock. So again, we're applying that water. We'll tap the pipe. And then we will torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something we try to do for all of our store items. And just like that, we have finished our vase. Thank you, everyone. And off into the annealer it goes. We won't see it until tomorrow. And since there's so much youth in the crowd today, I did want to share a couple of things. There's something called Kids Design Glass, where kids can submit a drawing. It has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. This is something we do every single month. And these artists go through them by hand, and they choose the drawing that they want to turn into glass. And it's for kids 12 and under, but something even cooler for kids 12 and older, if you're local, you can actually get them to blow glass themselves through the Hilltop Artist Program. And this is something I started in when I was 15. Stina started in. Jack got started in. All the kids over there got started. Everyone's, most of the people on the floor today, strangely enough, can start in middle school or high school. And it's free programming, after school clubs, summer programs, production team where they sell your artwork. It's really cool. So definitely look into those if you're interested. Keep them in mind. Yeah, so if you didn't see it already, this is the very beginning of the process for the vase, for the bowls, anything that we want that striping in, we have to start with these sticks of colored glass called cane. And we're just laying them out on a heated tray. This metal tray has a bunch of grooves in it that hold them in place, and it's preheated probably to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now, maybe a little bit lower. But yeah, we want to warm those up just enough to stick to the glass bubble. I know. So the very beginning of the process, we gather just a single layer of clear glass on the end of our pipe. And this already has a bubble blown inside of it, by the way, but the pipe is hollow all the way through like a straw, so all it takes is just a little puff of air sometimes, and that's enough to expand it like a balloon. And at the center bench, this tray of cane, we have to preheat it, keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so it sticks to the outside of our bubble. And this thing is super heavy. So with the bubble over on the left bench, the idea is we want to have this longer kind of tapered shape, so that way when we're rolling the bubble over top of the cane, it sticks all the way to the entire side of the bubble. If we kept the bubble round, then it would only touch kind of like the edge of the bubble. It wouldn't really lay all the way across. So yeah, we did that shaping, and we will now let this cool down, gather one more layer of clear, and then we'll be able to pick up our sticks of cane. So we gathered up a layer of clear. We'll let some of this drip off into a bucket. And luckily these buckets, we only put clear glass inside of them, meaning we can just throw it into the furnace again and reuse that clear glass completely. So the idea is we wanted a fresh, hot layer of clear on the surface. We didn't necessarily want to gather up a bunch of mass, so that's why we dripped some of it off. And then using that residual heat, we can come over and pick up the cane pretty much right away. So now we have our stick straight striping. And from here, this is when we would add in all of the designing to this. For this piece, we just want a spiral, so we're going to twist this piece of glass. So interestingly enough, stainless steel is apparently a relatively poor conductor of heat compared to some other metals or just in general. So the heat will travel maybe about this far down the pipe or so and then kind of stop. And you can actually see the darkened area of the pipes, and that's where we avoid touching. We only touch kind of the shiny parts of the pipe, I guess. Yeah, you can see this gradient of where it gets dull and then where it gets dark. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And yeah, we wear very little protective equipment in the hot shop unless we're actually handling the piece of glass with our hands. Then we might put on those Kevlar gloves all the way over there. But I would say that working in a kitchen can be more dangerous than working in a hot shop because you have liquids kind of splashing at you and you might touch something that doesn't look hot. Here, things very obviously look hot. So we've already blown out the glass quite a bit. We used the jacks, which are those two metal blades, to squeeze this divot into the glass right off the end of the pipe. And this is where we're going to break the piece off. This is called the jack line. And we'll use the jacks throughout the process. I'll point it out again later. But yeah, this is us blowing it out to closer to its full size. And now we're moving on to flattening the bottom. We'll use a wooden paddle to do this. Sometimes we'll dip it in water to help prevent it from burning too much. And we keep the jacks on the side of the piece pretty much no matter what piece we're making, just so that it has this nice crisp corner on the bottom. If we just apply pressure from one area, it's gonna push out in the other direction. Just kind of how that partial solid, partial liquid state of the glass works. And then we'll let the bottom cool down while we heat up the jack line again. Yeah, so a really important step. We attached another pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we broke the piece off from its original pipe. This is basically just flipping the orientation so that we can start working on the opposite side of our piece. We can start flaring it open now. And we still have one more pop of color that we want to add. Just like you'll see with these bowls on the front pedestals, we have this rim of this really bright candy red. So we're going to be adding that to the rim of our vases as well. And after soaking up some heat around the opening of our piece, we're going to use some tweezers first to stretch all that glass out. We're mostly just trying to thin this area out more than anything else. And then we'll trim all that glass away with the shears. And after fixing up the opening, we bring over a bit of color. This is that bright red that we're going to be using for the rim of the piece. So this is just lightly touched down, and then as we turn the entire piece, it follows all the way around. And the idea behind this is just hot glass is going to stick to hot glass as long as they're both 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and then the other is warmer. So we fix up the opening one more time, and then we're going to use a Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool, to block off the opening of the piece and then briefly inflate it. So this is one of the only ways we can get some air back into the piece after we've removed it from the blowpipe. And now we should be able to fully flare this out and get that final shape. So we're getting there pretty quickly. I'd say the longest part of the process for any blown piece of glass is the very beginning when you're gathering up layer upon layer of glass just to get enough mass to actually work with. And I know a few new people have joined here and there, so I did want to point out real quick that this is our resident hot shop team that's been working at the center bench. So these guys are working for the museum, and this can be anything when you come in. We could have a visiting artist, we could be working on store items like we are today, we could be working on commission pieces. So they do all sorts of things here in the hot shop. And yeah, of course, we are making some vases for the Museum of Glass store today. These are holiday themed items, just like our bowls on the front pedestals with red and white striping. And then finally, to break the piece off, we apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, cracking that connection just enough to pop it off with a tap of the pipe. And this will be placed upside down on some wooden paddles, just so that way we can torch the bottom right where we break it off of the pipe. We would do this for a lot of pieces we finish, but in this case, we're doing this to both stamp the bottom and also to just make sure that the bottom is safely warm. And just like that, we've finished our vase. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Thank you, everyone. So this box that we just put it inside of is called the annealer. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. With the press of a button, everything inside will slowly cool all at once. We filled it up pretty good so far. I think we have like 5 of those finished vases, and we have a bunch of ornaments and things in the left side. So yeah. Okay, so that means we are going to lunch. We will see you in an hour from now. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We are just getting started again. All right, so before lunch, we were working on some store items on the hot shop floor. And by we, I mean us and our resident hot shop team behind us. They're going to be working at the center and left bench, and they're going to be the ones that I'm focusing on for the most part. I think that we will see some different things made in the second half of the day. I heard some talk about making bottles for a really important event coming up that I will mention in just a second. Over on the right bench, I know you've all noticed that we have something going on over there as well. These are some hands-on workshops, something you guys can sign up for. You come down on the floor and you will make your own piece of glass to take home with you eventually. And this time around, they have the option between an ornament or a float. So it changes depending on the season and depending on the time of year. And it's a lot of fun. So yeah, if you guys have any questions about that, I know the front desk has the availability. They have the calendar, so you can always sign up through them. And I will also give you an overview of the hot shop itself, just so you can understand the temperatures and where we're getting the different things that we're working with. So everything is going to start in the furnace. So this is the glass furnace, the tank with the closed door. We also have one on this side of the hot shop, just in case you can't see that one very well. But these just have a large ceramic crucible inside of them, just filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's a lot of glass in there. I heard up to about 1,000 pounds of it. We just gather and gather on the end of our pipe, layer upon layer, to build up mass for our piece. So that's what we're getting started on now. And then we also have these large open face furnaces at each bench. And these are used to reheat the glass. They run up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's as high as we turn them anyways. And of course, if you guys have any questions throughout the process, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. I'll make sure to scan the crowd here and there, just make sure I'm not missing anyone. And this applies to things you might see in the gallery as well. If you're curious about how they made something or how they got a specific pattern, feel free to ask away. So glass history is something I'm not very well versed in, but I have some key points or some important points, especially relating to what you'll see in our hot shop. So the glass blowing that you'll see in the US is coming from Italian glass blowing. It's kind of built upon that. We use a lot of their terms and techniques. And speaking of, we've actually been seeing a lot of cane working today. So we use these sticks of colored glass to get striping in our pieces, and these stripes can be altered in so many different ways. This time we just did a simple spiral of color. So yeah, we used Italian techniques to get that striping. Something that has changed over time is glass blowing is not just seen as a craft anymore, it's also seen as an art. So there's lots of art that's created, not just functional vessels like a drinking glass. And that's why Chihuly became so popular as well. If you don't know who that is, Dale Chihuly, he's the one who helped start the museum, Pilchuck Glass School. He creates those big chandeliers, all those impressive structures of glass. So we mostly just wear prescription or safety glasses. The light in the hot shop for some reason isn't damaging to your eyes. Maybe if you looked at it for really extended periods of time, it could be. But you know what is dangerous is something called flame working. If you're working with this really hot torch, gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that's going to create a really bright flame. And we will actually use these special glasses. You can kind of see this purple filter in it, and it gets rid of the sulfur flare, I think, which is that orange light that comes off of the glass. So yeah, really interesting. If you see people wearing these, they're smart. Okay, so it turns out we are going to see that bottle next. So earlier in the day, we were working with a twisted cane called Zenfirico cane. It's a rather simple looking piece of glass. It's just a clear rod and basically these white lines wrapped around it. And we took that cane, which is basically just a stick of glass, and spiraled it onto itself, almost like a snail shell or seashell, right? And this design is going to be applied to our bottle, which we're getting started on right now, by the way. So the way that we're going to add color to the entire body of our bottle is by using something called color bar. And basically it's just these solid pieces of colored glass through and through. Same material as the clear glass itself, it just has added minerals and metal oxides and things inside of it to get these colors. We'll pick up a piece of this on the end of a pipe and melt it down and just layer it within the walls of the piece. So yeah, we get these shipped in. We don't make it ourselves, although it is a really interesting process. Yes, exactly. So those chandeliers are crazy. They have specific teams of people who know how to handle them, and they are put together piece by piece, and they're taken apart piece by piece. But what is nice about them, I think if one of them were to break, they could just slip a different one on, and it would be able to blend in pretty well. There are special teams of people who clean those and everything. Also, I did want to point out, we had that piece of color on the end of a pipe, we melted it down, and then we dropped it on top of a clear bubble of glass. And that's the point that we're at right now. We're just about to start rolling that color back until it covers up the clear and you only see the color. Yeah, so for anyone else that noticed and is curious, these boxes that we've put our finished pieces inside of, like they just finished an ornament or something over here, they put it inside of this box. These are called annealers, and they sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and they're just electric, I guess. They have some coils on the inside of them. They very slowly cool the pieces of glass down overnight just to prevent thermal shock. And yeah, depending on the thickness of the glass, the thicker it is, the longer it takes. this should be a pretty standard cycle of maybe 8 to 12 hours. Yeah, we use a lot of, or see a lot of Venetian glassblowing techniques with different artists that come through and artists that work here already. For example, we're going to see a visiting artist the next couple of days, Jason Christian. He's going to be here tomorrow and Tuesday, and he uses a lot of Venetian glassblowing techniques. When it comes to the cane working, he will create, what is it? It's called reticello, which are these crisscrossing lines of color, basically like a net. It's really interesting. So at this point, we basically now have a bubble of colored glass, and we're going to gather layers of clear over top of this just to add mass to the piece, not necessarily because we want the piece to be more clear or anything. Yeah, I just realized through a question I got from an audience member that I hadn't described where this piece is going or why we're making this bottle in the first place. So we have something that we do each year around the same time called Goblet Week. We have an entire week of goblet making. We have a different visiting artist that comes in every day and they make their own style of goblets that entire day. And then at the end of the week, which is specifically going to be Saturday, January 17th. There's going to be a reception where we have an auction, we have a sale to sell some of those goblets, and we have wine tasting. It's just like a really big, fun night and celebrating the end of Goblet Week. And then we also will make a couple of bottles that are signed by all those visiting artists, and then those are put into the auction. So this is going to be one of those bottles, possibly. But yeah, Goblet Week is going to be January 14th through 18th. Also, just to point something out, we will usually start our projects on the side benches and then we'll move over to the center bench to actually blow it out and finish it off. So you can expect to see us move right here pretty soon. I think we just need to get one more layer of clear, maybe. Oh, and we also, very importantly, need to pick up those patterned pieces of glass that we were working with earlier. So those pieces of glass we've been keeping warm inside of this silver box right here called the garage. And by warm, I mean about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's been sitting in that box. So we pull those out. We'll heat them up a little bit further, and then we will roll that bubble of glass over top of those patterned pieces to pick them up. So now we pull those pieces of glass out. We're able to roll our bubble just directly over top of them. Yeah, me and some crowd members the other day were deliberating as to what these looked like, and in my opinion, and theirs, the finished product almost looks like a bunch of fossilized ammonites, like when you look at the cross section of them, because it's a spiral of repeating lines that all come to the center. Now, to be able to blow this out and actually work with it further, we have to make sure that the surface of the bubble is smooth again. So we're going to roll everything flat on the marver, this metal table. Yeah, so Gabe was telling some people in the front that he's just trying to let this glass cool down for a bit, and then when he heats it up again, like he is right now, he's more so heating up the surface so that he can flatten that design out. We want the internal temperature to go down and then the outside to be nice and hot. And this is going to have to be done multiple times over, just, again, making sure the surface of the bubble is nice and smooth. And I do keep saying bubble. There is a pocket of air inside of this already. I know it's hard to see underneath that color and the pattern now, but trust me, there is air. Also, at the moment, you aren't going to be able to tell what color this glass is truly going to be. Right now, everything looks orange except for the clear glass, except for the white on the very surface. But in reality, once this is blown out thinner and it cools down, you should see, I believe, kind of an olive green color if they're sticking with the same theme as all the previous bottles. And just in case some new people have joined here and there, I do want to give one more brief introduction as to what we have going on, just catch everyone up a little bit. So we are seeing our resident hot shop team, people that work here for the museum, working at the center bench on a bottle that's for an upcoming auction, specifically on January 17th, which is a Saturday, to kind of finish off a really big week of goblet making. And then over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops going on. These are going on all the way through the 30th. So we have a couple more days of those workshops happening. And if anyone's interested in these, you can always ask the front desk. They have the availability calendar, and they can help you out with that. And for now, I am focusing on the center bench, where we have just heated up our glass again, and we're using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We're just trying to smooth that surface layer of glass out, make sure that pattern is completely smooth, and then we'll be able to blow into the end of the pipe and expand the glass like a balloon. And these bottles do end up pretty big, by the way. I wish I had an example one, because we have been making these. I probably could ask and get an example out, but I remember the last one that we had out here was like this tall. The body was pretty big. Bigger than just one glass of, or one bottle of wine. Yeah, the glass we use in our hot shop and many, many other hot shops is a soda lime glass. So it has a little soda ash, a little limestone, mostly silica sand, as you might imagine for glass. And that just creates our clear glass mixture again. The colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides. And yeah, we throw that clear glass mixture into the furnace, melt it down over the course of a day, and then we're ready to use it. So we focused a lot of heat to specifically what would be the shoulder of the bottle right now. And that's why we have this fluffy torch, so we can focus more heat to one area, let one area stay a little bit colder. That helps us control the thickness throughout the entire piece by focusing heats differently. And next we get started with the jacks, which are these two metal blades. And in my opinion, this is one of the most satisfying parts of the process. Right now, Gabe is holding on with the jacks. He's not squeezing very hard. He's pulling away from the pipe. And this is stretching out the neck of the bottle. And this time we actually are squeezing a bit harder. We were just creating this divot at the top of the neck. This is creating a weak point for us to use later on. We'll just break the piece off from here once we have the overall shape. So we still have a lot of blowing and shaping to do for this bottle. First thing we've done, we've heated up the entire body and we've just hung it down towards the floor. This is just using gravity to stretch it out, give us our taller, narrower shape. And then we can expand it a little bit further using this pad to guide which way the bubble blows out and cool any areas that are getting too thin. Which, speaking of, this pad is actually just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with a little bit of water. It conforms to the shape of your hand, and you surprisingly can't feel any heat through them. And this setup in the front is something you'll only see us use if we're making things like cones or cylinders. It applies even pressure to the entire wall of the piece all at once, so just giving us completely straight, even walls. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we're working on making a bottle right now, and this is for an upcoming auction that we'll have during Goblet Week, which is January 14th through 18th. This auction will take place on the 17th, which is Saturday, and this is the day when we sell a bunch of goblets that are made during the entire Goblet Week, as well as some special auction items like this this bottle that will be signed by all the visiting artists that week. So we're fully flattening the bottom, the wooden paddle on the bottom, and then the jacks on the side of the piece, really just pushing that glass into a crisp corner. And then once we have flattened the bottom and there's still some residual heat, we'll oftentimes push the bottom in a little bit. You will oftentimes see these for wine bottles, but we do this for all of our blown pieces that have to stand on a flat surface. It sits much flatter when it's just a ring of contact than the entire bottom being flat. And pretty soon here, we'll be ready to transfer it to a second pipe. So we bring a second pipe over. This has a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment. And this is a solid pipe, so we're not going to be blowing into the piece any further. We're done with most of the shaping. We just need to work on the neck of the bottle. But to be able to work on that area, we have to remove it from this pipe. We'll do this by applying water, which thermally shocks the glass, and then tapping the pipe. And this just pops right off. And this always is a little bit of a scary moment if you don't really know what you're doing. Sometimes that connection with the second pipe can be cold and then the piece just drops off on the floor, for example. But luckily, the people you'll see working on the Museum of Glass floor, they have a lot of experience. For example, Gabe sitting at the bench, I can't remember exactly how much experience he has. I think it's somewhere between 27 and 30 years of experience working with glass. So we've applied a bunch of heat to just the neck now, and we're able to go on the inside and slowly open this up. Now with these bottles in particular, we do want basically this folded over lip, so it doubles on itself just around the rim of the piece. So we'll be getting there eventually. But first thing we need to do is thin the glass out. To be able to fold it onto itself, we need it to be a little bit thinner. So we're going to get rid of some excess glass. So this disc of glass here will be knocked off onto the floor, adding to our scrap pile of the day. These are all the trimmings we've created from, I think, 4 or 5 vases earlier, and now just this one bottle. So we do create very little waste. And as they're working with the neck, the bottom of the bottle and that glass that's connected to the pipe is going to get really cold. It's the last thing going into the heat. It's the first thing coming out. That pipe is sucking heat out of the glass. So we'll apply extra heat every once in a while just to make sure it doesn't start cracking. Yeah, we always want our glass to be at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we're working with it, or hotter. At 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's solid. So not necessarily workable, but just warm enough that it doesn't break. And I love talking about this torch right here. So this is the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which some of you might remember the molten glass is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically, literal lava is only half the temperature of this torch. This torch we're going to use to superheat just the lip or the rim of the bottle, so that way we can actually fold it over onto itself without really affecting anything else. So I think at this point we're done with our bottle. We're just starting to get ready to break it off and put it away. So we'll torch that connecting area where the glass is connecting the piece and the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. Then we apply a little bit of water, just like earlier, to crack that connection and then pop the piece off. And for this piece in particular, we're going to want to actually pick it up directly off the end of the pipe and carry it to be put away. So this is the time when we get our Kevlar gloves on, we get a protective face shield and everything, so that we can lean into our 900 degree Fahrenheit annealer to put the piece away. So we apply a little bit of water. And we tap the pipe. We'll torch the bottom, make sure those cracks don't spread anywhere, and then we are done with our bottle. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And off into the annealer it goes. So that means we won't see this piece again until tomorrow once it's fully cooled down. But it is safely away, and now we can get started on the next piece. All right, so we're already setting up for the next piece. We have this piece of kiln shelf laid out at the center bench on this metal fork. We'll use this entire setup to slowly heat up all these little pieces of glass that we're placing down. And I can't show anything off yet, sadly, but we have something called Marini on these plates. And Marini are basically the cross sections of a rod of glass, and it can be as complicated as a landscape or a portrait or something like lettering. Oftentimes, Marini is just going to be circles or squares or something more simple, or maybe even millefiori, which are flowers, but same idea, cross section. And this is specifically going to be just dots of white that we're using. So these are all just little circles of white glass. You can see it pretty well up on the screen. And these will be just on the surface of the piece, creating bumps on the finished product. Yeah, so weirdly enough, we'll usually start our projects on the side benches and then bring it to the center bench to finish it off. So we are starting over on the left, and that's what we have a camera view of up on the screen is the left bench. So it sounds like this piece might actually turn into another bottle, like the last piece we made, except again, we're gonna see a completely different design across the surface of the piece. So we already have our base color, and we have gathered up many layers of clear glass. That's why the piece of glass is as big as it is. And we will relatively soon pick up those little cross-sectional pieces of glass, creating white spots on the surface of our piece. And I did want to talk about this glass that we're going to be using. It's a special glass called Duro. So this white glass, Duro is kind of in the name, it is very durable. It's really strong. So when you blow out this piece, those white dots shouldn't change too much. They should stay a little bit more solid than the surrounding glass. Just a different composition. And then, of course, again, we're continuing to do those hands-on workshops over on the right bench where we are making ornaments and floats today. And these workshops are continuing for the next couple of days as well. So we're just trying to heat up all of the designed pieces of glass at the center bench, all the little pieces of Marini. And do we have a Marini chop slide that we could show off, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, up on the screen, I wanted to show off this diagram real quick. So this is the idea of Marini. You basically stretch out this long rod of glass, and it can have, again, basically any pattern you can imagine on the inside of it. The idea is when you cut that rod into these sections, you end up revealing the cross section, and it could be anything. So for these, we just have simple circles of white. So now after heating up the surface of the bubble and heating up those individual pieces of colored glass, we're rolling the bubble over top to pick all of those up. So now we have all of our white spots. So same process as the last bottle. Heat up the glass and start rolling it on the marver to get all of the designing flat and flush with the rest of the bubble. So this will have to be done multiple times over. So we've heated up the glass again enough to start working with it on the marver. And just to talk about the marver for a second, this table has a thick slab of stainless steel on top, and this will suck heat out of the glass wherever the glass touches the table. So by using that knowledge, we can cool certain areas of the bubble and basically prevent it from blowing out too thin in that area. We're just controlling the thickness in certain parts. So just a little reminder for any newcomers that have come in, we're making a bottle at the center bench. And these people who are working here, they're working for the museum as our resident hot shop team today. And these bottles are supposedly, or not supposedly, apparently for the Goblet Week auction, which is January 17th, the auction itself. but Goblet Week is an entire week of goblet making. And the idea is they're just going to make a variety of these bottles, and eventually they'll have to choose a couple of them to put into the auction. These will be signed by all the visiting artists. And we'll see how this pattern turns out when we start blowing it out. Again, this one's a little bit more experimental, which can be fun. So similar idea as cooling certain areas of the bubble, we can also heat up specific areas of the bubble using this fluffy torch. So we're heating up what would be eventually the neck and the shoulder of the bottle. We want to blow it out maybe just a little further, and we want to start that neck. I actually hardly ever see any burns of any kind here at the Museum of Glass. And that's just because the people who work on our hot shop floor are considered glassblowing professionals. So they're not students, they're not learning or anything. I mean, everyone's always learning, right? But they really know how to work with the material. Usually everyone on the floor has about 20 to 30 years of experience working with glass. Yeah, so that right there, we were just trying to stretch the neck out first, and we just applied a little bit more heat to now create the jack line, which is basically just a breaking point for ourselves to use later on. And they're called the jack line because it's a line made by the jacks, these two metal blades. And now we have the neck and basically this large bubble on the end. That bubble, we're going to blow it out further and shape it into the body of the bottle. So we heated up the body again, and we're marvering it one more time, I believe, just to cool down the very end. We really don't want to blow out the bottom of the bottle too much. When it comes to wine bottles, and I think these ones they actually plan on being able to cork in the future, they need to have thickness in the neck and the shoulder, and then also in the very base of the bottle, so that it can withstand the corking process. So now we can continue to blow the body out. And to create the straight walls for our bottle, we're keeping the jacks parallel, well, the blades of the jacks parallel to each other, just right on the side of the piece. And kind of behind the scenes, oftentimes you'll see somebody capping the end of the pipe. It might not be super obvious, but they'll just have one finger or maybe the palm of their hand over the end of the pipe. Because air can go into the piece, air can also come back out if we apply pressure to the glass. So now we start flattening the bottom out using a wooden paddle while we're keeping the jacks on the side of the piece. And this is just to really push the glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom, a nice 90-degree corner. And because the bottom of the bottle is pretty thick, sometimes this will have to be done a couple of times just to make sure it's as flat or as sharp as it can be. Yeah, now you can see the color of the bottle a lot better at this point too. So it's looking like it'll be a light blue or maybe even a blue-green. But yeah, a lot of that yellow or orange that you see during the process is just coming from the heat of the glass. It's so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, quite like lava, much like lava. So now we're just keeping the jack line warm, which again is where we're going to be breaking our piece off of the pipe pretty soon. And we will soon bring over another pipe to attach to the bottom of the piece. So we just brought the punty over and attached it to the bottom. The punty being this second pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment point. And once we're sure that is a solid connection, it's not going to move very much, then we're going to apply some water to where we want to break the piece off. And this water is going to thermally shock that connection, just cracking, and then tapping the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks and just pops the piece right off. So now we've flipped the orientation through this. We will now be able to start opening the top of the neck up, kind of fixing up the neck of the bottle entirely. So let's see. When Raven Sky River was just here, he was a visiting artist we had in recently. For anyone who doesn't know who that is, uh, we saw him make a pretty big variety of things. I think he was here for 4 days total. And I wasn't here for the first part of his residency, but I remember I came in and I looked at the table, and he had this giant shrimp on the table. And he specifically mentioned that it was a shrimp. It wasn't a crawfish or anything else. It had these really bright colors, all those spindly legs. So that was my favorite thing I saw during his residency. But he also did make a green sea turtle, which, of course, we have one in the gallery. They're really popular, really beautiful. And we also saw him make a sea lion, which was our local sea lion, a stellar sea lion. But it was more of an artistic approach, so it was blues and silvers and stuff like that. Oh, don't worry. Just a little excess piece of glass. It was purposeful. So yeah, we saw him make a variety of things while he was here. You can always watch back on our live streams. We live stream every single day that we're in the hot shop, and you can go back years. As long as you go onto our YouTube channel, the Museum of Glass YouTube channel, then you can click on the live button and you can go back forever. And we usually label them pretty good too, like who the visiting artist is and what the date is. Although I will admit some of them are a little bit messed up, but they are all in order too, so. Yeah, so far we've cut off a little bit of excess glass. That excess glass was us mostly just trying to get rid of some thickness in the neck. And now I think we're trying to straighten the neck out before we move on. But something that all of these bottles have in common is we're heating up the lip, and then we're folding a small portion of the lip over onto itself to create a nice thick rim. So we will be getting to that point, and then eventually once that is done, then the entire bottle is done. So again, we end up using the hottest item in the hot shop, which is this small handheld torch to heat up just the top of the neck, because we'll be folding this over onto itself. And this just makes sure that we don't alter anything else. If we heat up the entire piece with the idea of just working on one little section, then the entire thing's going to move and change shape. So we go on the inside of the neck and flare all the way out, and then use the back of the jacks, which is called the strap, to push that lip down onto the neck. So for those who just joined in more recently, I do want to give one little recap, just kind of talk about who's on the floor and what this piece is going to be for. Because you can see that we are making a bottle. We're basically done at this point. We'll soon put it away. But this bottle is for Goblet Week, which is coming up January 14th through 18th. It's an entire week of goblet making. We'll have a different visiting artist every single day. And we've done this at least twice over the last couple of years. So each year we will have this week. And at the end of the week, we have a reception, like an artist reception, and wine tasting and goblet sale and auction. So this is one of the auction items, is a bottle that's signed by all the visiting artists that we had throughout the week. So we're prototyping those bottles right now. We're just making a variety of designs and a little bit of different colors, but it looks like we're sticking with blues and greens for the theme so far. And we'll choose one or two of our favorites and then put them out into the auction. And then same as earlier, to break the piece off, we apply some water, cracking that connection enough to tap the pipe and it'll just pop right off. And we'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that might remain, and then we'll place it inside of the right side of our annealer, sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And this box will slowly cool the glass down overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bottle, or the hard work. Thank you, everyone. So another bottle done. That's our second one today. Yeah, second bottle. And then we made 4 or 5 vases earlier as well. So we've been hard at work today. And we have 1 hour left. So we should see one more piece. All right, so it sounds like to finish off the day, we are going to make one more of the cane vases. So if you guys were here earlier at all, we were making some specifically vases with the same design as these bowls on the front pedestals. And I think that's why they left these out, is just so you have kind of a comparison. But these have red and white striping and then a lip wrap or rim of red color. So same thing, except we're just going to be making some vases instead. And just a reminder, not sure how many of you guys or how long all of you have been in here. So if you have any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. Whether it's about the hot shop or things you've seen in the gallery, I should be able to answer many of the questions you guys have. Probably. So the technique that we're using for this piece is we're using cane, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. I think this is probably a bad example. These are a little bit too thin, but we'll be laying them out perfectly spaced on this tray right here. And that has grooves in it so that it holds it perfectly spaced. So that's how they get it perfect. So we had to preheat this tray at the center bench, and then we laid out our cane, which are those sticks of colored glass, just red and white alternating. And next, we will work on a bubble of clear glass that eventually will roll completely over top of the cane and pick them all up on the outside of the bubble. And that just creates stick straight striping, so we do have to go further with it to get that spiral or twist. This is where we're getting all of our glass in the back here with that closed door, this tank. It's sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and there's just a large ceramic crucible in the base of it, just filled with clear molten glass. So we're over at the left bench. We're gonna sit down and work with this bubble to kind of lengthen it. We want it to be more cylindrical than it is right now. So first thing, we let it hang down towards the floor, let gravity stretch it out first, and then we use this pad, which is just folded up newspaper that's been splashed with a little bit of water. And this is as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. So now we just need one more layer of clear, and then we can roll over top of that cane. We always let it cool down before we gather another layer of clear, just so that we basically have a solid core of glass within our next layer of clear. So now that we've let that cool down enough, we'll gather up our clear. And this one is a strip gather, meaning we just want a partial layer of that clear. We're going to let some of it drip off into a metal bucket. It's very satisfying. Anything that falls into this bucket, we end up reusing by throwing it back into the furnace, by the way. And now that the surface of our bubble is basically superheated, we can roll it over top of the cane and it'll stick and pick it up all the way around. And to start that spiral, we roll the glass bubble on the marver, which is this large metal table. So that cane that we picked up technically doesn't go all the way to the very end of the bubble yet. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just kind of cut that excess bit of clear off of the end, and then we'll end up having all of the cane come to a perfect spiral at the very end of the bubble. So we'll sit down, we'll use the diamond shears, and these get their name from the simple fact that the blades form a diamond when they come together. We'll use this to hold onto the glass, twist it a little bit further, and then cut the excess glass off. So this is when we really start to blow the glass out. We're using the pad of newspaper to make sure that the end of the bubble stays pretty thick. We're blowing out more so the shoulder area of the vase. And yeah, just to orient you guys, the bottom of the piece is furthest away from the pipe when it comes to most blown pieces. So the bottom of the vase is the very end of the bubble. So first thing, after heating the glass up, we stretch it out into a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. And with these vases, so far they've been squeezing a waist into them. So they'll heat this back up, they'll bring it over, and they'll probably start squeezing in the center of the bubble. So we're using those newspapers now to squeeze that waist in. Also, if you've noticed, we are using this wooden paddle quite a bit just to shield Gabe's arm from the radiant heat coming off of the glass. The glass is always going to be somewhere between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and being a few inches away from that can be a little bit unpleasant. Radiant heat is what more often burns you than anything else, and that's why you need that extra assistant there. Yeah, usually you'll see teams of 3 or 4 for glass blowing groups. So now we're able to fully flatten the bottom with the wooden paddle. We're keeping the jacks on the side of the piece. We do this for cups, vases, tons of different pieces, just so that we get that nice crisp bottom or crisp edge. So first thing we do is we attach this small bit of clear to the bottom. And this will be flattened out into basically this pad of clear. And this is where we're going to be attaching another pipe to the bottom. We just don't want to attach a pipe right on the surface of the piece because it has all that cane right on the surface. And if anyone wasn't here for the very beginning, again, cane are these sticks of colored glass. We have striping of red and white on the surface right now, and it's basically directly on the surface. So when we attach this next pipe to the bottom, and if we were to break that away, it could take off pieces of cane with it. So we just add that pad of clear as an extra precaution. So now we essentially have the lower half of the vase completely finished. So we attach that pipe to the bottom. We let that connection set up for just a second. And then we apply a little bit of water to the jack line. Basically, this is a weak point we made earlier. Want to break the piece off from there. And yeah, it's just that quick. Add a little bit of water, tap the pipe, it sends a vibration to these small cracks that are created. And now we have essentially flipped the orientation of our piece. And at this point, we've heated up the top half of the vase enough that we can stretch the glass out. And then using the residual heat, we trim a little bit of that excess glass away. This gets us closer to an exact height, and it also gets rid of some thickness. And this is where all the scrap on the floor is coming from. We haven't broken anything today, it's just all these little cut-offs. And next we bring over a bit of red colored glass. This will be attached to the rim of the piece, and then as we turn the pipe of the piece, that color follows all the way around and it creates something called a lip wrap. And this is something we did for the bowls on the front pedestals as well. Again, just kind of tying the two designs together. Little pop of color. And this vase is still not opened up to its full size. We'll have to go inside and flare it open once more. So just for a moment there, we use the Soffietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, allowing us to reinflate the glass, especially kind of in the shoulder area of pieces. Thinning it out, giving us a little bit more width. And now we can go inside and flare it open. Oh yeah, just in case new people have come in and aren't sure what's going on, again, we're making some vases at the center bench. This is our resident hot shop team, and these are for the store, so eventually these will go out onto the store shelves. We usually just try to build up a nice little collection of them to allow people to choose from which one they want. And then we also have some workshops going on today over on the right side of the hot shop. So people can come down and make their own ornament or float over the next few days. It's something you have to sign up for. And I'm not sure about the availability. I think you can find the calendar online. So at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So we're torching the clear glass connecting the pipe and the piece until we see some movement in that connection. Then we know it's safe to apply that water and break it off. And we break it off the same way we did earlier with just a little bit of water at that connecting point. And then we'll tap the pipe. And then to finish the piece off, we'll torch and stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something we try to do for all of our store pieces when we can. If we can't do that, then we'll sign it by hand with the Dremel, just to make sure we always have our signature on there. And so now, just like that, we have another finished vase. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And off into the annealer it goes to slowly cool down overnight. Yeah, those ones are satisfying to watch. Yeah, we have a little bit more time left over than I thought we would. So I'll show off the cane pulling process one more time. If we could have the cane pulling video on the screen, please. So this is how we got those sticks of color to begin with that we used for the striping on that vase we just saw. It's very satisfying, kind of like taffy pulling. We start with solid color on the end of our pipe. We'll usually wrap a couple layers of clear around this. And then we'll stretch it between two pipes entirely across the front of the hot shop oftentimes. And lay this out on some wooden ladders just to prevent the hot glass from touching the cold floor. And after this cools, we're able to break them into more usable sized pieces, usually about pencil length and pencil width, but it depends on the exact project. And then, of course, this is the process you already saw. We make a bubble of glass, we roll it over top of the cane to pick that up, and that's how we got our striping for the piece we just saw. Now you can get really complex with cane. You can make something called reticello, which I'm always really impressed by. They're basically these crisscrossing lines of color, almost like netting. And we might even see some of that over the next couple of days, because we're going to have a visiting artist in here, Jason Christian, and he works a lot with cane, and he's made a lot of reticello.